Hello everybody, welcome to a snowy and cold Sapsucker Woods. It is about 13 degrees out. It is very cloudy, and there is now all of a sudden a little bit of snow in the air. I have been working on a different configuration here to make things a little easier for me if we're walking around, and we are going to try walking around. We'll see how long we can go because it is cold and my hands can get very cold, so I have to be concerned about that. But we'll give it a try, and I just gotta get things buttoned up here. And that. Okay. Like I said, I'm trying something a little different. We won't have quite as much capability in many ways. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up not needing any capability because, I don't know if there are going to be a lot of good opportunities to watch birds here today or anywhere today, quite honestly. We've had, in case you didn't realize, we've had some cold and snowy weather since, we skipped last week because of the weather. And it's been cold since. And I think it's supposed to get a little bit warmer maybe Monday. But in the meantime, we're here, and we'll do the best we can. Anyway, this is a different setup, and I'm going to just get a coat and a tripod, and then we'll see what we can manage. Be right with you. All of a sudden there is some wind. It wasn't really windy earlier. I'm going with a lightweight setup. And we'll see how it works out. It doesn't have quite the range that our usual setup when walking here has, but it should be easier. I don't know how deep the snow is going to be on the trails, and it can be difficult to walk with the usual gear on in heavy snow, and so I'm trying this instead. We'll see how it works out, and if it doesn't work out well, and I think it will, I've used it before, but if it doesn't work out well, we'll head back to the car. Sound good? We may not be here very long. If my hands start to get really cold and uncomfortable, then may turn around quickly. We haven't been seeing all that much here lately anyway. Now, I did go inside in the lab, and I did see a number of species, including blue jays, northern cardinals, American tree sparrows, downy woodpecker, red-bellied woodpecker, European starling, black-capped chickadee, and I can't think of any others right now that I saw. And I believe a moment ago I heard an American goldfinch. So the birds are around. It's just a matter of will we be able to see them? That's, as always, the question. All right, I think I'm kind of sort of buttoned up here. And I have to admit, I'm not accustomed to using this setup, but we'll give it a try. I think it'll work fairly well. Just like I said, it won't have quite the range that we normally have. So, I mean, if we want to see something really far away, we'll have a harder time of it. But, and I'm going to leave you on the tripod unless circumstances are really special or different. I'm going to leave you on the tripod the entire time. Jay there. And I just heard a chickadee. Hold on, we're not in balance. So again, I'm hearing a black-capped chick. Ooh, what's that there? Blue jay, I think. Maybe not. Nope. It's not. Maybe I should have gone with a different camera. Really don't know how much snow we're going to encounter on the trails themselves. Probably a fair amount. I don't know how much snow Sapsucker Woods may have received, but these are mourning doves. And I think I'm hearing a starling or two. Oh, I forgot to mention dark-eyed juncos, and that was a dark-eyed junco there. I hear somebody tapping somewhere. That is a red-bellied woodpecker. And I just heard a blue jay. Mourning doves there. European starling there. I may have just heard a pileated, I'm not sure. Pileated woodpecker, possibly, that I heard. Somebody's tapping here, somewhere. I see it, a downy, I think. Oh, there it went. Okay. The pond is, of course, frozen. We've had our weather has been quite cold, actually, over the last few days. There was a northern cardinal. And I stepped outside last night just for a minute or two. And it wasn't windy or anything at that moment. But boy, was it cold, and I felt sorry for the animals. Even if they're adapted to it, you know, you feel sorry for them. So I'm not gonna dilly-dally here. My fingers are already getting cold, so we'll get moving. Dark-eyed junco there. Okay, let's get going. The snow is going to be deep, I can tell, and not easy to walk on. So we'll see how it goes. If it's no fun, then we'll turn around. Hold on a second. Oops, sorry. Chickadee, black-capped chickadee. It may have snowed last night here, I'm not sure. I had some snow myself to clean up this morning. Not a lot, but it was a dusting. I just heard a nuthatch. And red-bellied woodpecker there. hearing a black-capped chickadee. I just heard another red-bellied, somewhere over there. Yeah, that's the red-bellied woodpecker. You think? It's difficult to walk quietly because of the snow. So far, it's not too bad. It's not, at least in the places where people have already walked, it's packed down a bit. I'm hearing a red-bellied again. I wasn't sure I was going to even walk here at all today just because of the cold. But late in my decision-making process, I decided, okay, well, we'll give it a try and see what happens. Again, a red-bellied woodpecker. And I'm hearing a white-breasted nuthatch somewhere. Alright, let's continue walking. Like I said, we have only so much time before the cold bothers me. The most likely scenario right now is that my hands will be freezing and almost frozen over, but the rest of me will overheat because of the way I'm dressed. Yeah, it's getting more difficult to walk now. I can't get it, but above us there's a gull in flight. Just standing here and looking around a bit. A couple weeks ago, I was thinking, okay, you know, we have, it's not the end of winter yet, but we're already halfway through January. And obviously we can have wintry conditions in February and even into March. But you know, we're well along the way, and then this all hit. Lots of snow last Sunday, maybe a little bit here and there since then, but it was cold last Saturday. I thought about it, maybe we could have and should have had a tour, but it was also supposedly windy and everything, and I was just concerned that we wouldn't have, you know, a tour that was worth having. I could have, you know, stayed in the car, no problem. But I was concerned, you know, hold on, what's that? Did I see something? I was just concerned that, you know, maybe we wouldn't really see anything. Nothing. You know, I never want to waste anyone's time, and I never want to have a tour when we don't see, you know, anything, and it's just boring. And you know, I don't want to leave you wondering, geez, why'd we bother? So that's why I canceled last week's. And, you know, kind of, sort of crossed my mind to do it again, to cancel again this week, but not really. I certainly didn't think I might do that, last night when I was, checking the forecast and everything. It's cold, but, not too bad. Right now, walking here, the most difficult thing is the fact that the ground is hard to walk on. And sure enough, my hands are cold, but I feel like I'm overheating overall. The thing is, on a day like today, when you come here, just take your time. I'm not quite taking my time, but take your time. And, just, if necessary, walk slowly and easily. It's a woodpecker, either a hairy or a downy. Oh, I just saw it. Hold on. Now I can't see it. Oh. I think it was a downy and it just flew farther away. A very unsurprisingly quiet walk so far. Most of the activity was near the feeding garden. Maybe I shouldn't have bothered to walk. Maybe just staying near the feeding garden would have been good enough, but... Just so you know, not just since I turned on the camera, but I have yet to see a raptor of any kind today. I did spend time looking. So maybe that doesn't bode well for the tour, but didn't see my neighboring hawks. I didn't see neighboring eagles. Didn't see anything. Nothing during my drive. I just heard someone tapping heavily. If I had to guess, it's a pileated. Let me see if I can find it. American crow. I think I see the crow. I don't see the woodpecker. And again, I'm assuming it's a pileated, just by the sound of its work on the tree. I still haven't seen it. I've heard it, but not seen it. Haven't heard it in a while either. I hear a different woodpecker now. Small one. Okay, well, I'm going to keep going just because of the conditions. Sorry. Bluebird. Eastern bluebird. I was surprised years ago when I saw some eastern bluebirds in January. And, well, they apparently stay around, or they migrate in. I'm not sure which, but the point is, we see them in winter. It may look kind of like a, just a different form of sparrow, at least it did there, but it's actually a thrush. Here we got black-capped chickadee. I'm not sure how today's going to work out. Obviously, we started here. I plan to go to the campus and look around. And then we'll probably take a break. Maybe, like usual, but if we end up not seeing anything, you never know, we could end early or something like that. Not that I expect to see anything on the pond from here, but let's take a look anyway. Let's continue. Not much activity here. I did see a blue jay flying in the distance, but that's it. No waterfowl. Here's a blue jay in the distance. Here's a woodpecker. Sounds like at least a couple blue jays in the area. Hold on a second. I don't know what that was. Probably a starling. some starlings, I think. Here, red-bellied woodpecker again. Oh. I think it must have been on this tree here. Oops, sorry. And just flew away. May have heard a tufted titmouse, I'm not sure. Anyway, we're heading to the car pretty soon. What was that? Was that a white-throated sparrow? Maybe. Sound like it. The sound. Hold on. What's that? Oh, I see nearby there's what looks like an American tree sparrow. I think. Maybe not. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. I don't know. And I'm glad to find out what is or isn't around. To be honest, it hasn't been quite as uncomfortable as I thought it would be, although my face is starting to freeze. Not uncomfortably, but it makes it hard for me to talk. I was out shoveling or something the other day, and I had been out there for a while, and my neighbor came out, and I was talking to him, and I could hardly talk because my face had frozen over. I think I'm going to skip forward today. Someone's tapping nearby. I don't see who. Continue. I saw something. This is probably it. Good to get back on solid ground. Unless there's a real warming spell, this snow's going to be here a while. Much better. Well, heading to the car. And I think we'll stay with this camera. I don't know if we'll really need if we'll need the other setup if we're on the campus. Maybe we will if we see something, but. Let's get in the car, give me a minute or two, and then we'll make our way to the campus. wind is picking up again, and I'm hearing blue jays. Oh, come on, you're dead. Okay, let's get going here. This guy. That'll have to wait then, I guess, because we've got so many wires, we can't even get to it. Thanks a lot. All right. Well, not our best walk. We didn't see much, obviously, especially once we walked away from the feeding garden, but what can you do? It is, according to my thermometer, 13 degrees, and obviously it continues to be cloudy. There's a little bit of snow falling, nothing heavy, but not at the moment, and we are going to the campus. Bye, sapsucker. Always good to see you. Now, I don't know how much snow actually fell. There was talk of, I'm not sure about Ithaca. I mean, in some areas, we're looking at 18 inches, 22 inches, whatever. I don't know if we saw that much, but we saw a significant amount. And I can say last Sunday it snowed, throughout the day. Finally easing up late at night. A little bit more fell overnight into Monday. And there hasn't been that much since. Maybe a little bit, but not anything dramatic. But it has been cold, so the snow really hasn't gone very far. It is possible, if you didn't know, it is possible for, once it snows, even if it stays below freezing, there's a process called sublimation. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but that can lead to the snow going directly from the solid form, snow, to vapor. And, if you have, let's say you have 2 inches of snow on the ground, after a time, even if it remains, below freezing, there will be less snow. Again, that's assuming sublimation happens. So I imagine some has come about, and in some places maybe things have, because of the sunshine here and there, maybe some of that has helped. However, we still have a lot of snow on the ground. We just walked through it. Could have been worse. But I was, of course I was hoping that more people would have, walked the trails before I did, just to help pack down that snow. And that usually makes a huge, huge difference. So anyway, today is cold. Tomorrow I think is supposed to be about the same. And then I think on Monday it should get into the 20s as a high temperature. Still cold overnight. And I have to admit, I'm not sure if the skies will be clear or not. I wouldn't bet on it. As I was telling another neighbor yesterday, personally, I'm not, I'm able to stay inside, so it's not like I'm terribly affected. My furnace runs more often and everything because of the cold weather, but I'm comfortable enough. But just like to get rid of some of the snow to have the birds and other animals able to find food a little bit better. Kept my feeders full. Still, I have yet to see a raptor today of any species. No red-tailed hawks, no eagles, no turkey vultures, no Cooper's hawks. Nobody. I guess we won't see all that many people walking around today on the campus just because of the cold temperatures. Maybe a few, but could be wrong. We'll see. guessing things are a little different. Holding on across the street. I'm guessing things are a little different here on the campus for the red-tailed hawks, just because with the snow on the ground, you know, some places that they might have hunted otherwise are probably not very good for hunting now. Building to our left, Brawl Hall, as you know, obviously it's being, well, it would be easy for me to say it's being renovated. It's not being renovated. It was gutted, and I can't imagine. I don't know if they're redoing floors, for instance, and doing in terms of major structure, but I mean, you should see all the beams and everything they've got connected to it to provide support. They're doing a major reworking of the building by the looks of things, and it's not just not just a refurbishment. It's, to me, I mean, it almost looks like, okay, this is one of the first buildings we ever had, if not the first. And they want to keep that building, and but they want to completely redo it. So they're probably just doing everything they can to keep the structure intact, but a complete reworking inside. Don't know when they'll be done. I have a feeling it'll be a while. I have to imagine there are challenges in terms of maintaining the building so that it doesn't collapse, She's in no hurry. so that it doesn't collapse. You know, they're trying to. I wouldn't be surprised if it's considered a historic building, and for good reason they want to keep it. But so to keep that exterior structure in place intact, and yet to completely redo the inside. It must be challenging. I had been in the building before, but it's been a long time since I set foot in the building. I don't remember what it looked like inside. And it's not like I walked all through the building, just one area. Sometimes, of course, a big building is built, and they put in various features, architectural features, and those features don't quite work out. And the one that comes to mind was in my high school, and I don't know what the building was like before I was there. But when I was there were 3 buildings that had been essentially joined together. And between the main building, which I think was Building B, and the secondary building, which was Building A, and then there was the building that housed essentially all the phys ed classes and everything. That was, I guess you could call it Building C, and I don't know if people really called it Building C all that often, but anyway, between A and B, there was this big, this tall staircase, kind of essentially not a true spiral, but it reached all 4 floors, and at each floor there was a landing and a way to exit the staircase. And you could, and it was an open design. So from the 4th floor, you could look down all the way to the 1st floor. And you could also, so you could see all the way down and everything. It was an open type thing. I see crows. And one day, I believe it was at lunchtime, and there was a cafeteria. One of the cafeterias was very close to that staircase. And I think it was around that time, around lunchtime, when all of a sudden, falling, I believe, 4 floors, were frogs from the biology department. You know, they had been preserved for dissection. And someone, I don't know if they ever caught the person, was dumping them from that 4th floor. I think eventually they closed the staircase and it's no longer in use. But I remember I was there to see it happen. All of a sudden, someone, like I said, they were dumping the frogs. I had to take biology in 7th grade, and I did have to dissect. No, I'm sorry, that was 9th grade. It was high school, and I did have to dissect a frog. And I can't say I enjoyed I did not enjoy the process by any means, and I didn't enjoy further later on when we had to dissect a fetal pig. And then in college, I had to dissect a fetal pig again. Quite honestly, unless you're hoping that maybe dissection spurs someone to go into biology or medicine or something like that, I don't think spending the time dealing with that is actually worthwhile in terms of education. A good number of people are sickened by the whole thing, and they just want to get through it without and do the minimum, and they don't end up learning anything. Nothing that like a film or something like that wouldn't provide. That's just my thinking. longbow. I want to. Obviously, no luck so far. We'll look for a few more minutes and then I think we'll take a break. Come on, Mike. Here, we're going to take a quick detour out to the pheasant farm, see what, if anything, is going on. See a few Canada geese to my left. Hi, babies. Might be seeing a raptor, maybe. Yes, Two red-tailed hawks up above us in trees. Let's take a look if we can. And I might see another. Oh, it's probably a gull there. But looking out over things, I'm not seeing. And yeah, I think the nets are still in place. I don't think they removed them anymore. Back up to the hawks just briefly. No longer in good view. Okay. There's a little bit of blue sky showing. We don't come here as much as we used to. Years ago, if you're unfamiliar, years ago we used to come here quite a bit in the wintertime, and we would see a lot of red-tailed hawk activity. But things have changed, for the farm, and that means, a lot less red-tailed hawk activity. The net's in place, and that protects the pheasants. Either that, or else they also, I'm not sure they even allow the pheasants out all that much. I think I'll just turn around. Oops. Sorry. I see gulls flying around, but no. And there are compost heaps nearby, and they can tend to bring a lot of activity in terms of, gulls, crows, etc. Let's head that way and see what's going on. We can't just drive anywhere and everywhere. but often, actually just either yesterday or the day before, I saw an eBird alert for a particular kind of gull. I don't even remember what kind of gull it was. And as soon as I saw it, I thought, okay, let me check to see where. And sure enough, it was, you know, along Stevenson Road. That was the road we were just on. This is actually not easy driving here. Lots of snow on the ground. We may not be able to... Yeah, I think we're probably going to turn around very soon. Let's see. Often, when you see reports of black vultures, they're often here also. Oh, I see it. That was another red-tailed hawk, I believe. But it's out of view now. And there's a lot of crow activity there. All right, let's just head back to the campus for another quick look around. And then I think it'll be time for a break. one of them just flew up there. I didn't really look, but I did not happen to notice a lot of pheasants out there. Maybe they're not out at all. Yeah.
When there's so much trouble that you wanna cry, the world has crumbled and you don't know why. When your hopes are fading and they can't be found, dreams are left you waiting and plans are let you start to wonder, but you never know when it feels like sorrow is your only friend. Don't let tomorrow your hands wait again. When the blues come calling at the break of dawn, rain keeps falling, but the rain goes wrong. When you feel like crying, but the tears won't come. When your dreams are dying, just remember I love you, and it'll be alright. Just remember I love you more than I can say. Just remember I love you, and it'll be alright. It'll be alright. It'll be
Okay, everybody, I think it might be time to take a break. We haven't spotted our hawks here on the campus. I'm sure they're around. I've just been maybe looking in the wrong places. Try one more area again, and then I think we'll close up. Have to remember, there are a lot of places for them to be, many of which I cannot see from the car. And even those I can see from the car, I'm not always going to see every single one. I am glad we went out to the pheasant farm, though. It was nice to see a few hawks out there. I have to remember, I mean, obviously it's winter time, and it's a struggle to find food every single day. Whether or not there's snow on the ground, and the snow does not make it easier, it makes it more difficult. Okay. I think it's time we'll take a break. We'll probably restart somewhere between 4 and 4:15. Everybody? Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. somewhere between 4 and 4:15, we'll restart. Let's see if you got the message. Just realized I didn't connect something like I should have. We'll restart. Hi, Ferris. Okay, everybody. Hello everybody, welcome. We are on Sable Road and just looking around, just getting set up. Not that I really expected to see a snowy owl here, but so I'm not surprised that there isn't one. We used to see them here, but I thought I might as well start up since I'm here. I will say that there was a lot of activity on Cayuga Lake as I drove here. I was seeing a lot of Canada goose and swan activity. I didn't look closely at the swans, although I did note that some were mute swans, but they were quite a few birds, but spread out over a long stretch of the coastline or shoreline, or whatever, and it is what it is. We might go back and see that eventually, or it might be dark by that time. I don't know. We'll see how things go. This road has a fair amount of snow on it. I'm not sure. There has been some snow in the air. I don't know if it had snowed here recently. It kind of looks like it, or if it's wind-blown snow off of the, the various fields to our left and right, and maybe onto the road. I can't tell you. Maybe a combination of both, because, like I said, I did see some snow in the air, but not a lot. And for the most part, the highway I was driving on the western side of Cayuga Lake was pretty dry. So, since we're here, we're heading towards the Finger Lakes Regional Airport. We'll take a quick look around there. It is 13 degrees, and there had been times when I was driving in sunshine, and times, well, like now it's not too bad, but it looks like the clouds are about to cover the sun again. Hold on, what's to our right? Anything? Oh, to our right, just a quick look, those are mallards. Hold on. Maybe some black ducks there too. Interesting. I mean, in the middle of nowhere, no water there. There are mallards there. There are ducks there. At least mallards, and possibly also the wire with a mind of its own just went caught itself all around my my arm. It's so annoying. Anyway, just interesting there. I mean, you know, it's not like there's water right nearby. Interesting for them to be there in the middle of a patch of a snowy field, and but there must be a reason. Anyway, like I said, it's 13 degrees, so still obviously cold, and we're just driving around. I did not see any flocks of snow geese on the lake. I might have seen 2 snow geese, but I couldn't tell as I was driving by. There might have been a couple of them, and their heads were down, and I'm not really sure. But certainly, I did not see a flock out there, and it's in the usual location. I think I was driving crazily. See, we're now, at the moment anyway, we're in sunshine. And I don't, you know, we're heading to the airport, as I said. Is it the right time to be there? Maybe not. I don't know. As I've said before, some birds, just some smaller birds. What are they? Are they buntings? They were. Or are. Maybe horned larks and buntings. And I say buntings, I mean snow buntings. And there they go. I think they were both species. And they're not returning there any longer. They're probably behind us. And put some birdseed out for them. I see those 2 species, snow buntings and horned larks, and I always want to put some birdseed out for them, but it's kind of tough to do, you know. Put down birdseed in a place where I know they'll return and make use of it. All of a sudden, with this sunshine, it's beautiful. It's obviously it's cold, but it's beautiful. And there was sunshine earlier in the week too. I mean, it wasn't like this is now for the first time we're getting any sunshine. There was, I know, like yesterday was a sunny day, at least in my neck of the woods. All right, now I don't know. What I don't know is how readily we can go into this area here. It's not like they plow it. Let me take a look from here anyway. What I don't see a lot of tire tracks. I see some in that semicircle, but not much. So it could also be that the piles of snow along the runways are making things more difficult in terms of viewing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you here, and I'm going to get out of the car and look to see if there's anything I can see. And I'm not really dressed for it. And I'll see what I can do. See if there's an owl here. Where'd my hat go? Okay. I'll be right back. Well, my search was admittedly a bit short, but I didn't see anything. And you know, it's difficult. There are a lot of piles of snow, and between the snow and the fact that snowy owls blend in, and the snow piles being in the way, I couldn't see anything. So we're going to continue on and try our luck elsewhere. Now there's a chance we'll see something. Now, if you recall, the last time we were here a couple weeks ago, there was an owl here, and it wasn't in its usual spot along, you know, some of the machinery or lights or whatever right near the runway. It was out in the field. And what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, but it could be that there's one here, for instance, and it's just, I just didn't look in the right spot. As it happens, just as I was in the, I did go inside the terminal building, and a plane had landed. I didn't see it land, but I saw it, you know, up on the, not the runway, but the I guess the driveway near the terminal building, and someone got out, and he had luggage, and you know. Pull over a couple times, maybe, just to see if there's anything within view. In the field to our left, you know, some of the vegetation is poking through the snow, so it's not like it's all buried completely and fully. You know, I'm not seeing any birds fly around, no, you know, no owls, no short-eared owls or anything, and maybe it's too early for that, and who knows if they'll be here, and I don't know, but we had that one occasion a few weeks ago to see short-eared owls, and we haven't seen any since. Birds. You see that a lot, and we've not just today, but we've seen that in prior years. After, you know, after some snow, you know, you see a lot of small birds right at the roadside, and they're just making use of whatever is exposed in terms of grasses or whatever, just looking for food. I always feel bad if I disturb any of them. I could go to the other side of the airport, but I don't think we're going to bother. Sure that the northern end of Cayuga Lake is fairly well frozen. Not that I've seen it yet, but have to imagine it is. Even at the southern end now, there's some ice that has formed. I don't know how thick it is. I don't know if it's safe enough to walk on. I wouldn't walk on it. I've walked on it in the past, years ago, but haven't done it since. My effort that year to walk out on the ice was just to, hopefully get a little closer to the flocks of ducks, and they were quite a ways away, and I tried walking out, and there were other people out there, so it's not like I was out there and I was wondering a bit, how thick is the ice, how safe is it? But as I kept walking, it didn't seem like they were getting all that much closer, and also you could tell that there were still, heat shimmer issues and everything like that, and eventually I turned around and I said, okay, that's enough, I'll get back to the car. And my signal wasn't all that good out there on the lake that day, and I don't know if it ever has improved or if it hasn't. I have no idea. I'll bet it has. And yes, I have now seen the northern end of the lake, and it does look frozen, or at least covered with ice and snow. Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. At the house there was an ambulance also. nobody in the fields on either side of us. In prior weeks, especially on the left-hand side, we would see a fair amount of Canada goose activity, but I'm not seeing anything right now. No surprise, really, considering all the snow. Anyway, as I said, I did see a lot of Canada goose and swan activity in the lake, and for a stretch, I kept seeing flocks of geese, Canada geese, flying away from the lake, and I had assumed they were heading to one or more fields for grazing purposes. But looking in their direction, in the direction in which they were flying, I couldn't see any fields that was within view that where they were actually landing. So they must have been flying beyond my view. I don't know what we're going to see up here, if anything. One thing to think about while we're here is, today's the 31st of January. I see a crow. Actually, I see 3 crows. 31st of January, so January is essentially over. And then February and March, and then, assuming weather permits, Wildlife Drive should reopen on April 1st. Again, it's weather permitting. And I do want to say, though, while I do look forward to Wildlife Drive reopening, I'm not here thinking, oh, there's no good bird watching to do, we can't wait until Wildlife Drive opens. We're seeing things now, this time of year, and I'm enjoying it. I enjoy bird watching in winter. Winter has its own challenges, of course. I see a red-tailed hawk, I believe. Let's just take a quick look. And they often are skittish here. We're not going to even take a look through the side window, although in a way I would want to, but I don't want to get spooked and then feel the need to fly just because I've stopped and I've looked. Every calorie counts, and I just hope to avoid disturbing any bird and making it move if it doesn't have to. Especially in winter. It's not always easy to find food, and so, like I said, I'm not here to disturb the birds, I'm here to see them. And sometimes we can't do what we want to do because we don't want to disturb the birds. funny. In a way, it feels like we haven't been here in a long time. I mean, we missed one. Oh, I see a hawk. We did miss a week, but somehow it seems like we've been gone a long time. There's a red-tailed hawk up here. I think it's red-tailed. I'm not sure though. Might not be. It might not be. I mean, it could be something else. It has the apparent, from what I can tell, the apparent proportions of a red-tailed hawk. So, for instance, it doesn't have, an overly long tail or anything else and it doesn't look very, it doesn't look very thin like a falcon might. But it might not be a red-tailed hawk. It could be a different type of hawk. Maybe it's possible it's rough-legged, for instance. And I'll see if maybe we can see it better. I've got to get out of the way here. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to see it. Maybe not. No, I just saw a robin, though. Oh, I can't see it. Oh, wait, hold on. I can see it, but not well. There are a lot of branches, twigs there. I couldn't see it, and it's not really facing me. In the air. What is that? A crow? Is it something else? I guess it's a crow. I see a bald eagle. Hold on a second. Oh, it just took off. Sheep dip. And out of view? Yeah, out of view. I was backing up because I wanted a better background for it. And it took off, an adult. And I was going to say also that with all the cold weather that we've had, I expect these channels to be mostly frozen. I don't see the eagle. It flew further away, and it was to our left, and now it's out of view. It's actually my first eagle sighting in a few days. Didn't see one yesterday. I don't believe I saw one the day before. Yeah, everything's frozen here. I think I just saw a couple of eagles. Hold on. I think so. We'll just take a quick look. 1 second. Hold on. Technical issue. Good to see them. But as they are, relatively far away, we're going to move on. They're not giving us a very nice, close view. Who is this guy? Why is he... Oh, they're probably sliding down the hill or something. So we may not be here in the Montezuma, what we call Montezuma area, all that long, depending on what we see. So far we haven't seen much. We have seen now a couple of eagles and a hawk or two. Sometimes I do get home after a tour, and I think, well, I don't know if there's anything I recorded that's really worth saving and processing and uploading to YouTube. Nothing. Maybe we didn't see anything special that day. I suspect, though, on those days, if I hadn't gone, if I had stayed home, I'd be like, boy, I wonder what I would have seen today, And you never know. You never know. And sometimes it's just that one special image that you record that, makes the whole day worthwhile, as I've said before. Now, I suspect that the fields ahead of us will be like the fields on either side of us right now and just be covered in snow. But you never know, there might be eagle activity or something to look at. So that's why we're heading this way. But I don't expect any waterfowl, for instance, unless maybe possibly some swans at whatever corn stalks are still remaining and reachable. If there's any food there to be eaten. take a look with binoculars, see if there's anything around. Just a quick look. I'm not seeing anything. And I'm just going to pull over. We've got a couple vehicles that are going to pass us. Now I'm looking in just the trees that surround this area, and I don't happen to notice anything. So let's just turn around. Lots of snow on the road here. And you can see there's like something in the air. I'm not going to say it's snowing, but it's like a, well, maybe it is. I don't know. There's like a haze. Definitely something in the air. You can easily see it falling now. Obviously, visibility isn't great right now. I think we're going to turn right around here. I'm not noticing anything right off the bat in the fields. Not necessarily expecting anything, but you know, you never know. You might see Canada geese or something like that, and I'm not seeing anything like that. You know, and if you say, well, how realistic is it to expect that? Well, maybe not realistic, but if you think about it, I mean, just a little while ago we saw those mallards in a field. It seemed like they were in the middle of nowhere, and if anything, you'd imagine it would be even less likely to see mallards in the middle of a field than, let's say, Canada geese. Mallards are more likely to be in water even than the Canada geese, who do most of their grazing on dry ground. Hey, out of the road. Smaller birds of some sort. Oh. All of a sudden there's snow accumulating on the windshield. Oops. Temperature had gone as high as 16. I see it's back down to 13. And of course, everything is frozen down there, so we're just going to keep going. I'm not even going to stop. Not only is everything apparently covered in snow or ice, the visibility to see down there is not great. I mean, I can see, but it's not, I can't see very, very well. And if you're wondering, oh, geez, why'd you come here anyway? Well, sometimes we do see things that are closer to the road, or you never know. So it's definitely worth coming through here. A day like today, well, in certain areas I might be expecting to see certain things and have a reasonable expectation of seeing something, and I've just seen a Merlin. Hold on one second. At least I think it's a Merlin. That's a Merlin. Oh, it took off. I looked away and it took off. Hold on a second. I don't know where it went. I didn't see where it went. I have no idea. We're going to move on. Like I said, I mean, you come through here, and even if the marsh is all frozen, and you know I mean, if you have either certain... Oh, there. Is that it? Yes, I see it. Even if you have reasonable certainty, okay, I'm not going to see any waterfowl, well, you might see something else up here closer to the road. Let's take another look at the Merlin. 1 second. Sorry, hold on. Now, there is a little bit of heat shimmer at work here because of the heat coming out of the car. But again, this is a Merlin. It's a small falcon, nearly as small as an American kestrel, but a little bit bigger. And we're going to move on very shortly. Okay, let's go. I shouldn't have said anything. Now it's down to 12 degrees. Still one eagle up there. I just have to love this general area. And thinking back now to what we've seen over the last several months, going back, towards, to the warmer months, and just thinking about, for instance, some of our late day visits to Van Dyne Spoor and all the birds that we would see there, and everything from great blue herons and great egrets to the swallows coming in by the thousands, and similar types of things happening on Wildlife Drive, which was a little different this year because of the draining of the main pool. But hold on a second. Hold on. You know what? Hold on. We're gonna turn around, I think. That hawk. I don't know if it's the same hawk, but I'm hoping we get a view of it. There's a hawk nearby, and we saw one. We saw a hawk earlier as we just passed through the bridge area there, and but I couldn't see what it was. Now I don't know if it's the same hawk now, but we're gonna see if we can look at it. I think it's a rough-legged hawk. It is. Sorry, I'm trying to get things steady here. So this is a rough-legged hawk. I thought that it might have been one. And now it's in a different tree and we're having a different angle. I'm wondering if I drive forward, would I improve our angle a little bit more? Possibly. Let's drive forward just a bit. We can only drive so much further forward. Oh, we may not be able to see it from here. No, I don't think so. Oh, hold on. What's that? A squirrel? Surprised it would be out today. I think it's a red. Is it a red squirrel? I think so. It's a good meal for it. Now let me see if I can get that hawk in view. I'm not sure if I can from here. Let's try from here. No, it's not. It's really not better. Okay, we're going to move on though. Oops. We're at Shockey Pool, but I can't drive much further forward. I was hoping to get a better angle on that rough-legged hawk. This is, it's just from here only, so we're going to move on. Good to see it though. This doesn't count. There's a green light here. This doesn't count at all. At all. Because we kind of stopped here and this and that and whatever. So officially, we still have not ever had a green light. Ever. So, we're not seeing a lot of birds, but this is, I was getting to this, in certain areas, sure, you expect to see birds. I mean, even in winter, you might expect to see large numbers of birds in certain spots. But here, like driving through this area, these areas, it's kind of like opportunistic bird watching. You're hoping you'll be lucky in spotting something, and you could say that while we didn't see a lot of birds, we did have some luck. We just saw, we've seen up here a red-tailed hawk, actually a couple, a rough-legged hawk, a couple bald eagles, and a merlin. So, we've seen some raptors here today. If you think about it, I mean, if you write that down on paper, you look back and you say, well, oh, good, I saw a nice variety of raptors. we didn't see anybody. Same red-tailed hawk, I think, with different pole. Well, maybe not the same red-tailed hawk, but on a different pole. There was a red-tailed hawk just now. We didn't see anyone hunting or actively or flying around after prey. One thing to note right now is it's just after 5 o'clock, and it's still fairly light out. I can, well, not right at this moment, but the sun is in the process of setting, but hasn't set yet. And the point is, the days are getting longer. May not feel like it outside because it's back up to 14. Up above the road there are crows in flight. Good number. I think if I have any regrets about where I've gone so far today, I think, Sapsucker Woods ended up being, a whole lot of nothing, essentially, and, a lot of walking in that deeper snow. In hindsight, I would say, well, next time, I should have maybe just stayed near the lab and then headed back to the car. But that's in hindsight, I didn't know if we would see things well or not, if the trails would have been, not that I really expected them to be easy to walk on. I was hoping that they would be a little easier by now. It gave me some exercise. So I'd like to, I think, it might be, by the way, tempting, let's go back to the airport, but I don't think that's a good idea. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to, view some of the ice-free areas of Cayuga Lake and see if we see anything interesting. I think we have to drive a little ways before we can get to those ice-free areas. Tempted to take a left here and go through Cayuga Lake State Park, but I haven't seen anybody giving the alarm that they're seeing, for instance, red-headed woodpeckers there. I really didn't see much of them. Was it last winter? Yeah, we didn't. It was the winter before we were seeing them a lot, I believe. Not last winter. Or was it last winter? Maybe it was. No, I think it was one before. Anyway. Doesn't matter. But when we were seeing them, we were having good luck seeing red-headed woodpeckers there, and it was worth starting our travel along the lake there. But if I'm not seeing any alerts to that effect, I'm not going to bother. And as I look, I'm catching glimpses of the lake now. It's frozen, so let's just keep driving here on the highway until we get to an area where it looks like it might be clear and may have some waterfowl to look at. There are ice fishing operations going on, and it's still frozen here. So continue. We did not drive this way on the way to Montezuma because I had taken the detour for the airport. So, I'm finding out now the extent of the ice. And it's, I can't be close to the water here, but it's still frozen. So after this stretch here, there's a road that heads towards the lake we've taken a number of times before, and I think we'll take it. I can't tell right now if the lake is, if we're driving by an ice-free zone yet or not. to our right, what do I see? Is that a Cooper's hawk? I think so. Oh, oops. Well, it flew away, and I wonder if I spooked it. I hope I didn't, but it flew that away. Hold on a second, just something. Well, considering how, in terms of raptor sightings, my day had started so slowly, I think I'm doing all right now. I find, not that I write down all my sightings every day, but I do tend to note, just in my own mind, what I saw in a given day, at least in terms of raptors. Oh, I saw an eagle, or I didn't see an eagle, whatever. Okay, we're still frozen here. We'll turn right around. Wow. Let me just show you quickly. I mean, looking out to the lake, usually by here it's not so frozen, but it's still frozen. So let's turn around. It is beginning to get dark. What's that in the air? Hold on. Some kind of raptor. I'm not going to get it. I don't think it was a Cooper's hawk. I think it was something else. I don't see it any longer. To me, it's a marvel that these birds can survive. I mean, even if you say, well, they're adapted, their feathers keep them warm and everything. But their feathers are great, but they're not perfect insulators. I mean, they don't prevent 100% of heat loss. They are very good at insulating. But it's not just that. I mean, how do they find food? It's just amazing. And, for the most part, food is the big thing. I mean, if they're insulated well enough, they can withstand fairly cold temperatures, but they need to find food to replenish the calories required to keep warm. And so that, that's the amazing thing. And it's, quite honestly, sometimes, at in the evening when I go to replenish my bird feeders, that's my first thought. Oh, it's going to be a cold night. I want them to have breakfast first thing, and make sure that everything is ready for them. And I would say, at least the ones that seem first to arrive in the morning are the dark-eyed juncos. And now with dark-eyed juncos, you know, they will go on my feeders themselves. You know, sometimes it's, you know, I have both seed holders and you know, not vertical seed holders. They're trays. And I also have you know, holders for suet and seed cylinders. And sometimes I'll see them even on the suet and seed cylinders, like maybe at the top of one. But once it's been eaten enough, they, I think, generally won't go to the top of one, you know, where it's kind of, you know, once it's no longer really kind of flat. And even then, they're only there, you know, so often. I think they prefer to feed, you know, below the feeders on my deck, essentially ground level, for that ground relative to the feeders. And you know, in the past, what I would probably try to do is, okay, day's over, there are seeds on the ground, I might kind of push them away, you know, if there's, especially if I'm shoveling the snow off the deck, I might, you know, say, okay, all the snow has to go, including the snow beneath the feeders. But if there's seed in that snow, I kind of tend to leave it, thinking, okay, well, maybe the juncos will get it. And everything else, you know, everybody else goes to the feeders themselves, but the juncos at least will have this. Okay, so we now have some open water here. And I think some things of interest to see. So let's see what we can see. And I'm going to keep quiet so you can hear a bit. Car coming. So out there, it looks like, are they ring-necked ducks? Yes. Oh, no. I think we've got scops out there and ring-necked ducks, maybe. Definitely scops. Oops, sorry. And there's a redhead, well, a couple redheads there. Let's brighten it up a little. Okay, I'm not seeing any ring-necked ducks. There's scops. Oh, that's not a redhead. That is a canvasback, male. And we're hearing Canada geese, and I think we're also hearing some tundra swans. Speaking of swans and geese, car coming. Hold on. And more, what's over here first before we forget to look? More of a mix there. Geese, canvasbacks, scops. But closer here, I didn't get to see what kind of swan it was. I just heard a tundra swan. That's a tundra swan. It's a scaup there. I'm not sure if it's a greater or lesser scaup. I'm thinking greater. See redheads there also. Again, and a goose. I'm glad the goose is there just to help give you a sizing perspective. Okay, let's point over here a bit. See that canvas back with the white body and the red head? It's hard to tell that it's red, but it is. Okay, let's move forward a bit. And there's, there continue to be birds here. We didn't pass them all. I'm just trying to find a spot. Let's just take a quick look with this camera. Some of these I've already seen before, but let's move on. Oh, let's look back that way. can see there was a lot of activity. Let's continue. And it continues here. And no surprise, I think there's more activity in these areas in terms of Canada geese and swans because it had been frozen further north. You know, in the I can't really see the shoreline from here now. Remember, you know, in the past we've been able to detour from this highway towards the lake, you know, a lot sooner when heading from north to south, and but you know, we kept seeing ice today just because it has been so cold. So, you know, it's no surprise now to see this kind of activity. Mallards there. Looks like redheads out there. Oh, those are mute swans there. And I think that's probably a redhead there. Notice that orange bill and the bulbous nodule at the top of it. That's what helps you to differentiate the mute swan from, let's say, the tundra swan or the trumpeter swan. And farther out, those are tundra swans. I don't know if we'll be able to see the yellow spot in front of the eye or not. Hold on a second. And I think that Mute swans are... These are, I believe, are mute. Yes. Oops. Who's that? That could be a merganser. I think it is. Hold on, I've got a car coming. Why is it doing that? I'm guessing that's a merganser. What I don't know is if it's a red-breasted merganser or a common merganser. Its head is tucked in very well, and it's hard to tell. Can't see its chin. If it had a white chin, then I would think common. Anyway, we're going to move on. This kind of scene here, it just makes me think wintering. You know, these birds are wintering here. I mean, they're not just swimming in the lake. They're wintering here. They're buffleheads. These small ducks here are buffleheads. The ones with the large white patches on their heads are the males, and that was a female who just dove. Again, those are buffleheads there, and that's that was a common goldeneye, I believe, female. I may be wrong. Where'd she go? I thought it was a goldeneye. I'm not positive, though. Yes, that's a goldeneye. And who's this nearby? Bufflehead there. Hey. Car coming. Another car coming. There's a common goldeneye out there. She just dove. Okay, we're going to move on. Became very busy. Oh, hold on a second. I think we have something else out there. Hold on. Okay, those are golden eyes, but there's something else I thought I saw coming in. There we go. Red-breasted mergansers. At least that one coming in is a red. Yeah, those are red-breasted mergansers. That's the one farther away is a male, and I'm believing that's a female with him. It's getting dark, so we can't get a great view, but good to see them. And someone just vocalized here. Was that a mute swan? Seems like some of the birds here are snoozing. I'm going to switch cameras. Hold on. Some of the birds are snoozing here along the shoreline. Mallards there. Let's drive a little bit. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I can't really show you. Maybe I can. Hold on. So, I mean, lots of Canada geese seem to be geese and some swans here and there. Not swimming out very far, maybe not needing to, not feeling the need to do so. And it's apparently good enough, and remains to be seen if they'll stay there or if they will move further out or whatever, just for roosting purposes. I've said it before, it's easy to forget that, this is a 24/7 operation. Just because we get to go home doesn't mean that they get to go home. They have to do this all the time, 24/7. They've got to worry about everything. So this is, I did drive through this area on my way to Montezuma earlier. So, I mean, this is kind of what I saw, although maybe, you know, now it's... I think those are also golden eyes. Okay. So, like I said earlier, I had noted that I had seen on my way a lot of goose and swan activity. Those are male golden eyes. Common golden eyes, I believe. Sorry, I can't show them to you very well. It is getting dark and they are far out there. Well, not really far out, but they're not close. All right, let's try to get a look at them with the other camera. Maybe we'll fare a little bit better. Mostly males. There are a few. You can see they're doing a courtship. Just trying to show off for any females. See if I can brighten it a little bit. Lots of geese, Canada geese, are here still along the shoreline. And like I said, it was pretty much what I saw on my way up. What's that? Hold on. They're geese? Yes, they're geese too. Okay. Pretty much what I saw on the way up. So not surprising. And stretched out over a long area. There's a mute swan among them, not right now. And keep driving a little ways. And we're going to close up for the day pretty soon, but we still have some light to deal with. Let me just let everybody pass me. Hold on. Sorry. I see some 4 geese coming into the lake. Just in, they're in flight coming in. And now I'm seeing more and more of the same, but I'm just looking to see if there's anything that strikes me as being different. That's all. It is getting dark down there at the water, I realize. And our viewing, is always limited. There's always something obstructing our view. But still glad I personally can say I'm glad to be here. And what I meant by, this seems like wintering, it's obviously another part of a day when they're here and they're okay. Now they're finding a place to rest for the night and everything. You can hear some of those tundra swan vocalizations, but they're not as vocal as they were, let's say, a few weeks ago. Maybe part of it is the time of day, but I don't think so. As I recall, they would still be vocal as it was getting... Well, I take it back. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'll be able to show you. Hold on, me. Hold on. This is looking through trees, but just look at how dense some of this is. Oh, come on. swans and geese there all together, just, you know, snoozing. More of the same, really. Like I said, lots of Canada goose and swan activity all along the shoreline. Not extending out very far, but just, you know, over miles. Check these out. Got more. Oh, wait a minute. What's that? Okay.
Sweet surrender on the inside. You remember we used to run high. In the shadow of the cargoes, I take you one time, counting all the numbers down to the waterline. Then me and Mrs. on the dog-eat stairway. French kisses in the darkened doorway. Foghorn blowing out a wild and cold. The policeman shines a light on my shoulder. Up comes a coaster, fast and silent in the night. Over my shoulder, oh, you can see her eye. No matter what jackets and jeans are torn, your hands are cold, but your lips are warm.
That was Down to the Waterline by Dire Straits, a song I happen to like very much. And you know, we were looking at the water line so much I thought it was appropriate. Anyway, I think it's time we closed up for the day, and I packed up and headed home. It's getting dark. Oh, hold on. Oh, shoot. Hold on. So like I said, I think it's time I packed up and headed home. I hope you've enjoyed the day. It's been different. You know, we've had some quiet times and some busier times. But it's been actually, I think overall a nice day of bird watching. Would I have liked to have seen more? Of course, always. But it's time for me to pack up. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we will see you all next time. Take care, everybody. Have a great, great week. Bye-bye.